Okay. Over here. It is 4 o'clock. Please call the meeting to order and roll call, please.
Councilmember Tate,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo. Present. Mayor Flores.
Present. We're looking for her microphone. That's what we were doing. Okay. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. We don't have anyone in council chambers. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now go into closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 5 items before you in closed session this evening. That would be closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator, John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations, Porterville City Peace Officers Association, Porterville City Employees Association, Public Safety Support Unit, Management and Confidential Series, Fire Officer Series, Porterville City Fire Association, Firefighters Association, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim, Claimant Manuel Lopez, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, John Duran versus City of Porterville, U.S. District Court, Eastern Division, Case Number 122-CV-00614-DAD-SAB. Item 4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 5 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. And number 5 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, and that is Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation, 1 case.
Thank you. It is 4:02, and we will go into closed session. Let me know when you're ready. You ready? It is 6:30. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On item A2, claim of Manuel Lopez, on a motion by Vice Mayor Carrillo, seconded by Councilmember Tate in a 4-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation or a moment of silence. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to do an invocation? If not, please, please, come on.
Father in heaven, we're thankful for this day, and we're thankful for the freedom that we have to assemble tonight and at this city council meeting. We pray, Father, that you'll be in attendance tonight and help the city council make the decisions that they need to make and vote on issues in a way that will help our town of Porterville and its citizens. We love thee, Father, and thy Son, Jesus Christ, and we're so grateful for all the blessings you give us individually and also our city of Porterville. We pray that you'll be with us the whole evening, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please join me for a moment of silence. It is with a heavy heart, and offer condolences and sympathy to the families of and friends of Art Cardell, Richard Schlegel, and Justin Knuckles, who is the son of Bob and Gail Knuckles. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move into the Employee of the Month. I see you have company. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Now he's blushing from what I see over here. It pleases me to make this recognition. Fernando Gabriel Moraga from the City Clerk Division, the Employee of the Month. Fernando began his career with the city in July of 2010 when he accepted a part-time position as Recreational Leader 1 with the Parks and Leisure Services Department. Fernando continued to work in the after-school programs through 2017, promoting to Recreational Leader 3 and taking in additional duties at the city's youth day camps in the summer, and helping at other school sites in the after-school YES and RAP programs. In July of 2017, he began working part-time in the Administrative Services Department, assisting staff in the Human Resources Division. Fernando excelled in his position, and in September of 2017, he accepted a full-time position of Clerical 1 in the Human Resource Division of Administrative Services. Seeking to advance in his career, Fernando promoted to the position of Deputy City Clerk in May 2019. Fernando's noteworthy organizational skills, his keen attention to detail, and his advanced knowledge and appreciation of technology have allowed him to thrive in the Deputy City Clerk position. With the rapidly evolving challenges the COVID-19 pandemic brought to public agencies, Fernando consistently rose to the occasion in overcoming any technical challenges that presented themselves. He successfully and creatively found ways to allow for the council to hold virtual meetings to allow the business of the city to continue in a transparent and in an inclusive manner. Fernando handles a variety of clerk functions, including but not limited to agenda processing, drafting minutes, processing liability claims, monitoring compliance with the Fair Political Practice Commission filings, and facilitating responses to public records requests. Fernando professionally and adeptly handles tasks assigned to him, as he is a valued asset to not only administration, but to the city as a whole. Fernando is married to Celine, and the couple just celebrated their 1-year anniversary. Congratulations. I remember it was about a year ago when you phoned in virtually that you were letting us know that you had always wanted to call during oral communications, which you did, and you were letting us know that you would be getting married. Remember that day? Yeah. Okay, so do we. We haven't forgotten it. When not at work, Fernando enjoys working on home projects at his new house, traveling, smoking meats, and going to concerts. Please join me in congratulating the City of Porterville Employee of the Month for June 2022, Fernando Gabriel Moraga.
Never on this side of it.
Just like your oral communications, so when you called in.
I'll try to make this shorter than my first speech and a lot easier. I just wanted to say thanks to all the members on council, even those that are not here in person. Thank you to all my coworkers, my mentors, Patrice, John. I know unfortunately he's not here today, but I would like to say thank you to him too, and hopefully he's watching or hearing this, which I'm sure he might. And thanks to my wife. She's been like my supporter, my big supporter, and it's been great. So thank you. And I'm grateful to be here where I'm at, and I'm here for the long haul. So you're going to be seeing my face for many more years to come, and hopefully I can be as good as I am today in the future, and so on and so forth. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Please introduce us. Thank you very much. Are we ready to go to work now? Okay. By the way, congratulations. Okay. We will now move on into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one is the Tulare River Tribe beam raising ceremony. I will begin, and then I'll ask Vice Mayor to add in. Community Development Director Jason Ridenauer and I journeyed to the reservation to support the ceremony dedication of the USDA warehouse and fire station to sign the final beam before it was placed. To learn the purpose of the building use, the planning stages, and to have it come to fruition. Vice Mayor was already up there. It was an honor to have been invited. One of the things in discussion is that there is a food shortage. I had a conversation before the ceremony began with the Tulare River Tribe Chairman, Mr. Neil Perrone. I made the inquiry and asked where the current location of where the warehouse is. He not only shared where it was currently, but he said that they service 11 tribes from the southern to the northern regions of the state. He said that there was hunger. And on this date, I also learned that the warehouse that was being situated on the reservation, the one that was being built, It will be available to everyone on the reservation. That during COVID, when they shut down access to and from the reservation, it became difficult for their members to shop because there were no stores. I was given a visual walkthrough. The layout of the new warehouse will include a store. On a side note, the Tulare River Tribe, they were very proactive during the census count to encourage everyone to complete the census. USDA is one of the many organizations that those numbers at the end of the census are taken into consideration for programs as such. I am going to put an emphasis on wildlands and fires. The reservation land is the most affected by these land fires. In the efforts to protect their tribal members, housing, wildlife, and the overall quality of life, this fire station will serve to house equipment, firefighters, and truck. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, I'll just add a little bit in addition to what the mayor just talked about. So there's actually two facilities being built on the same land space there. And one, the larger facility is the USDA, and it is to enhance food security. That was kind of highlighted during COVID as the mayor talked about the reservation being closed off. Only access to food was to leave to grocery stores, as it always is, that, you know, the community on the reservation shops in Porterville. So having food closer to the reservation for any types of emergencies, but one that was highlighted was during the pandemic, having access to food. And I appreciate that Assemblymember Devin Mathis was there and also spoke on that same topic. The second facility is the Wildland Fire Station, and currently Wildland and Structure Fire, two totally different fire departments are housed in the same area. So for Wildland serving, you know, as I think the public has heard me say, the Tulare River Reservation is probably the second largest land base of a federally recognized tribe in the state of California. So Wildland being very significant to service fire there, but now they will be having their own home with their own fire station. So two pretty significant buildings being put up, and I was grateful to see the mayor and also Jason Ridenauer in attendance. I think it was appreciated, and we got to interact with the entire council and then Assemblymember Mathis also. So it was a good day.
Yes, it was. I became an honorary tribal elder on that day. It was good. We will now move on to the K-Jug Free Summer Concert. I attended the concert. Upon my arrival, I was happy to see a handful of firefighters on one of the benches close to City Hall as I made my way to the park. It was good to be back in circulation and reconnect personally with the K-Jug staff and their marketing department, to thank them for their commitment and to continuing to bring their concerts to Porterville. They were appreciative to the City Council for making the date adjustment for the two concerts in June. I got to speak and meet Chase Beckham and Carson Wallace. I presented both of them with the City of Porterville Challenge Coin. They both asked what the challenge coin was and what its purpose was. I told them that upon accepting this coin, they would have to come back to Porterville for another concert performance or just to come visit us. And of course, I did ask them to sign my poster before I left. There was a good community turnout. The park was full. And I want to thank the police officers that covered the event as I was leaving with my poster. They were there on duty. And that concludes that. And there is a concert tomorrow, which is why we're meeting today. So I encourage you to attend. Okay, the next one is the Local Initiative Navigation Center. Councilmember Tate?
We met virtually on June 8th. Can you guys hear me? Do I have it on now? Okay, no wonder. Anyway, we met virtually on June 8th, and we basically talked about what kind of services that we are providing in addition to what we had been in the past. And we have been able to get someone to come in and volunteer and do hair care. They come to the center and they have their meals there, and there's all kinds of, we're looking for medical dentists and doctors and those types of resources for those without homes. We recently have looked at the point-in-time report and found out exactly how many people are, because we did a population and a survey that lasted about a month altogether, but we could only do it within a few days as far as the time frame. But this is an intra-county city program that we have. We meet virtually. Anybody can volunteer to be part of this committee. All you have to do is contact the city and they'll give you the information. So that's about it. There's really not much else to talk about.
Thank you
It just
very much.
continues on each month.
Okay. The next one is the Cal Cities Policy Committee, which was held on June the 9th. All of us have attended virtually. We were provided, my committee that I serve on, there are several, is the Transportation and the Communications and Public Works. We were provided with an overview for all the committees, the legislature priorities, including housing construction, homelessness, climate change, and investments in state and local infrastructure. This is nearing the term of this committee. We will be notified after July the 15th if the policy committee will meet in September. We were provided a general briefing for this meeting. It was with an emphasis to visit the Cal Cities Bill Search webpage for each policy committee with regard to the relevant bill pertaining to the other committees. Community services, environmental quality, governance, transparency, labor relations, housing, community and economic development, public safety, revenue and taxation, and including what I work on. At the time that I'm on this committee, those other committees are either meeting or have already met during the day. We were provided with an update on Senate Bill 717, which was a broadband report. To the language, it seems to have a predetermined conclusion that local government are the problem. We were asked to stay on task with this one. The legislative analyst budget review, Mr. Frank Jimenez, who is a policy analyst, provided the information through a slideshow. It had the budget process, the overview of the governor's budget, the governor's transportation proposals, the transportation infrastructure package, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, supply chain and port infrastructure package, transportation issues in relief and in package and broadband. Indicated in the slideshow presentation that there would be approximately $52 billion overall general fund surplus allocated. The largest categories of spending from the overall general fund surplus are for natural resources and transportation programs. Categorical line items were shared with us in the areas of proposed transportation infrastructure package and an overview of the governor's supply chain and port infrastructure. There was a Caltrans update, which was very brief. There was a portion which had to do with Cal Recycle's tire-derived aggregate program, which was presented. It is a road repair and civil engineering use tire-derived. That's shredded tires. And with an emphasis on a Cal Recycle grant program. This is used for road embankments, mechanically stabled walls, road slide repair, vibration mitigation, the TDA grant program and schedule. On this presentation, it would have been good to have had a staff person involved because this was new to me. to comprehend it and to have it brought, it was too much to absorb. As they explained this work, it has been done in cooler areas in California. I am not sure if this would have worked or would work in the hotter climate areas. I was able to send the information to Mr. Knight and to Mr. Lawless's information to have them look to see if it's something that could be doable for this area. With regard to the legislative update, the Cal Cities Bill Search feature is on their website. It will provide you their status and their position on bills or anything that has been brought forth. The following were brought to attention: Senate Bill 932, Portentino circulation element. The measure would require cities to adopt significant bicycle, pedestrian, and traffic calming elements when they develop and revise their general plans. Cal City's position was to oppose. Assembly Bill 2237, Friedman. It has to do with sustainable community strategies, climate goals. It would prohibit a regional transportation planning agency from funding projects not aligned with the state's climate. It would require the California Air Resource Board to reallocate funding not consistent with the state's climate goals or the most recent SCS. It would create a task force to review the role and the responsibilities of the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Cal City's position was to oppose. Highlighted were AB 2953 that has to do with recycled material roadways, AB 1685 that has to do with parking violations. Cal City's position on both of these were to oppose unless amended. On Senate Bill 884, permitting, it has to do with underground utilities. Cal City's position on this, that there were concerns and that they were seeking amendments. That would conclude the report. Once again, we will be notified after July the 15th if the policy committee will meet in September, and reminded of the Cal Cities conference where a lot of the decisions and a lot of these legislations will be brought to the table for voting at that time. That concludes this report. The next one is the Tulare County Economic Development Real Estate Summit. I'm going to begin the process, and I may ask Mr. Reidenauer to chime in because City Manager, Mr. Reidenauer, Ms. Claudia Calderon from Community Development, we were in attendance for this real estate forecast on June the 10th. The layout of the program were 3 panel discussions. One had to do with residential, the next one with retail and commercial, and then the third one was industrial. With regard to the residential, Mr. Brett Taylor, who is the CEO of Tulare County Association of Realtors, and Mr. Jim Robinson of San Joaquin Valley Homes were the first panelists. You almost have had to have been in attendance to grasp the dialogue with the charts that were presented and the questions that were asked, because our community development department is involved in housing. Most of the information that was presented is information that they already have. But I do believe that this forecast, if other council members would have attended, it would have been a benefit for them as well. The summary under residential, we were provided a yearly chart with the number of homes built in Tulare County from 2017 to 2021, and then the projected number of houses to be built in 2022. For example, in 2017, 936, 2018, 980, 2019, 1,323, 2020, 1,151, 2021, 1,012 houses that were built in Tulare County, and the projected number of houses to be built in 2022 are supposed to be, notice it's projected, 1,075. what was shared that there were approximately 512 homes for sale in Tulare County. Highlighted were planned communities, lot sizes, the cost of homes being sold. The median price in Tulare County is $360,000. The median household incomes across Tulare County was shared for Visalia, Tulare, Porterville, Dinuba, and Tulare County. They spoke of the interest rates and how it was going to impact where it was in the beginning as to where it is going to be for the rates. They used the figure of $350,000, and it's FHA financing. And then it went into the retail and the commercial, and that's where I'll defer to Mr. Ridenour and then to the industrial part.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mr. Jim Sanders was on the panel, as most of you may know his work from the Target Shopping Center here in town. And so he spoke of the retailers adapting and municipalities being able to adapt with them through the pandemic to have curbside delivery, as well as order, and people would go to parking stalls like there was Target and order pickup. So he spoke of the flexibility in those retailers that had the ability to innovate and to mesh their brick and mortar with their online were the most successful, and seeing that more than likely, in his opinion, is going to continue into the future. So he still sees that there's a need for brick and mortar and continued retail development throughout the area. Then there was also speak of industrial development. There has been interest in industrial development. Staff is aware of many of the trends and spoken with other industrial developers and light industrial developers that reinforced what was being presented at the meeting. Following the meeting, Mr. Lawless and myself met with a industrial developer, actually one of the Visalia Industrial Park areas as well, and went through some of the trends of the spec development and developments that it's occurring on the industrial level of being leased up almost immediately once ground is broken on some of these development. And they noted that time to market is one of the most important factors that they're looking at currently. Please let me know if I can answer any further questions.
I appreciate that information. One of the conversations after the forecast was presented and the summit is to have a conversation with not only the Realtors Association, but with regard to the retail and commercial. One of the comments that was made by those that were present was they were very appreciative to Porterville that they have had nothing but positive work in process with anything that they've needed. So that was good to hear, and it was done after the meeting. Okay, we will move on. That concludes that report. We will now go into the leadership. There were 4 of us in attendance. I'll start with Councilmember Tate.
The event was held at Fugazi's, and there was a large number of people, a lot of local businesses, saw a lot of familiar faces. It was a great gathering. Very proud of our graduates. I went through the leadership program in 2003, so it's nice to see this program is still active. And everyone, we also recognized Virginia Garola, because she basically stepped up, and they told stories about when they went to Sacramento and some of the funny things that happened between them. And you could just tell that they'd really bonded, and they all represented their employers, and so it was a nice event. I really enjoyed being there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe. Oh, we can't hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. It was a nice event, and I too want to congratulate all the graduates. And we had a very good panel of graduates and from a diverse communications with all the businesses. And I appreciate the invitation of being there, and I look forward to the future leadership of Porterville.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I was really happy to be there to see the graduation event. I feel fortunate that I've been able to interact with the class over the last, I would say, year and a half or so at different events, and just getting to talk to them and know them a little bit more. But one of my favorite parts about the event was their speeches that they gave. I thought every single one of them was so heartfelt, and it was really interesting to hear why they joined, what they learned and what they experienced. Everybody spoke a little bit differently on what they had experienced, but just really hopeful about their future as leaders in our community in whatever capacity that will be. So I'm just excited about that. I also loved their presentation on the project fundraiser that they did for the firefighting families of Captain Figueroa and the Jones family. So very, very good presentation on that as well.
Thank you. It was an honor for me to celebrate with the Leadership Porterville class. I had been invited to be the guest speaker for the evening and watch them develop from the beginning and how they utilize their skills of collaboration and the problem solving, public speaking, and forming roles of critical leadership skills. It was nice to see that from when they were introduced to us as members of the community and to be there to celebrate with them. During their course of their program, they were introduced to many different aspects. They were able to visit and have hands-on experiences. They did go to Stafford's Chocolate and got to see firsthand how to make chocolates with Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Basra provided the tours of helping them understand the challenges and the rewards of local businesses. They explored the levels of government that impact the city, and they would know what their roles and the responsibilities are internally with the directors and the departments, and what the roles of the elected officials are. They also met with the County Board of Supervisor to clarify the interactions with the city and the county. They traveled to the state capitol, and they were provided the overview of state assembly and senate and how their decisions impact local affairs. Their interaction with the Tulare River Tribal Council provided them with a deeper historical understanding, as well as an introduction to casino gaming and an opportunity to walk through the construction site of Eagle Mountain Casino. Their successful fundraising to raise those funds demonstrated an organizational skill that supported the families of Captain Raymond Figueroa and firefighter Patrick Jones. They have had a busy 10 months, and it was wonderful because they each developed different strengths, and it was very much stated in their report, in their communication, in their speeches at the very end, at the conclusion. So I am confident that whatever path they use these skills, whether it's in their job, whether it's for self-gain, or maybe when they decide to run for office, they will have benefited from this. So it was wonderful to be surrounded and with them to congratulate them. The next one is the Tulare County Water Commission. I don't have anything to report because it was canceled on that day, so that was okay. The Flag Day ceremony, I got to see some of you there. And in the past years, that was on June the 14th, In the past years, I have attended this ceremony. It was good to be back in circulation, to speak and to reconnect with the volunteers, the organizations, and to all who assisted in the efforts of this ceremony. I was invited this year to read the proclamation and to proclaim the period between June 14th and July 4th, 2022 as Freedom Days in Porterville. The posting of colors, the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, the dedication, and the raising of the new flag. I thank the organizations and their volunteers that collaborated to make this event for this community memorable for all those who attended. And I have to say, it was an honor for me to be there. I've been going to meetings, guys. I'm sorry, I just have one more report. The Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness was June the 15th. I attended virtually along with Claudia Calderon. From the police department, I know that they were on Zoom, and it was Captain Dominic Barteau and Officer Silva. Before I begin reporting out, I want to say that our navigation center, our welcome center, has been providing service since August the 8th of 2020. And on May 7th, 2021, it began the limited emergency and transitional housing. There were no public comments made. First order of business was to adopt the resolution to allow the Task Force on Homelessness to continue to hold meetings virtually. The minutes of May the 18th, 2022 were approved. Mr. Whitaker provided updates on Project Room Key, Home Key, including an update on the vaccination efforts. Tara Ortega of Technical Assistance Collaborative introduced information regarding youth homelessness. Mark Mundell, City Manager of Tulare, presented a slideshow with regard to their plans for a proposed future emergency shelter in Tulare. The task force bylaw revisions were unanimously approved. Updates from the city, since Mr. Mundell had presented his report during the meeting, Visadia provided the status of their plan. Claudia Calderon provided the report for Porterville. For the Porterville Welcome Center, the Navigation Center, unduplicated number as of May 31st is 2,087 individuals. They are currently serving up to 80 people per day. Link events continue to take place every other Wednesday. The next one will be on June 29th. The Link Committee continues to meet to support their efforts. The current focus is to increase medical services. Finca Serena, they continue to see the progress with Finca Serena, the multifamily development project. As of the end of May, it was 28.5% complete, with the drywall and electrical wiring to be completed by June 30th. It is great to drive by and see the progress coming along. The news I have this evening is the Porterville Police Department Homeless Program, and this information was shared with the task force. The city of Porterville is in the process of developing a program to specifically focus on assisting people exit homelessness. This outreach team will include a social worker to accompany the police on calls. As of June 13th, Officer Silva began this assignment. He has met with various agencies who serve the in-house population to gather information on referrals and services available, and has already successfully connected an individual to housing with a faith-based emergency bed. He is looking to further network with other agencies and nonprofits that can be a resource for our community members who are currently unhoused. These presentations are informative. I encourage you to go to the website or to view the Facebook video, Tulare County Health and Human Services, Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. This concludes the report and our next meeting. I was so busy in a hurry to get those done. Our next meeting is on July the 20th. Thank you. Do we know if there is anyone reporting for the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Board?
There is not, Your Honor.
We have no report. Thank you so much. We will now go on. That concludes all the AB 1234 reports. We now go into the reports. This is a time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. City Commission and committee meetings, Parks and Leisure Services. How are you? Good, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been a while.
Yes, we're
I'm
glad to
loving the
have.
hair. All right, good evening, Mayor Flores and members of the council. I'm Parks and Leisure Services Commissioner Janet Uresti with our commission report. The pool is in full swing with water aerobics, lap swim parties, and daily rec swim. Also, swim lessons are offered in 2-week sessions and are very well attended. Summer Night Lights so far has been 1 swim night and 2 movie nights. This Friday is another swim night to wrap up the series. On July 15th, Parks and Leisure will be hosting 1 more free movie night in the park. The public may cool off in this splash pad at Fallen Heroes Park weekends 3 to 5:30 p.m. and weekdays during extreme heat conditions. Summer Day Camp is offered throughout the month of July. This program is geared for ages 5 through 12, with supervision being provided from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. weekdays at the Santa Fe School Gym. And now the best for last. Freedom Fest is back and only 12 days away. Food and miscellaneous vendors, family entertainment by George the Giant, a cooling spray zone provided by the fire department, and of course the fantastic fireworks show. Gates open at 5 p.m. and fireworks begin at 9 p.m. Passes are $15 in advance and $20 the day of per carload. A limited amount of preferred passes are on sale for $25. That concludes the report. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Okay. The Library Commission is on summer hiatus. Arts Commission, do we have someone reporting for the Arts Commission?
Yes, we do.
Yes, you do, Your Honor. Let me go ahead and bring them in really quick.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Emily Luna, and I am the Vice Chair of the Porterville Arts Commission. And tonight I am here for the report. So the Arts Commission had a meeting on May 24th, 2022, and the commission had 2 items brought before us. One item was regarding the banner sign poles installation, and one item was regarding the Marching Through Time band mural preservation. Our recommendations have been forwarded to the City Council for their consideration, and our next meeting is scheduled virtually for June 28th, 2022. Lastly, we have a youth position still available, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We don't have a report for animal control? Okay. The Youth Commission is on summer hiatus. Do we have 2 Talk? Is there someone on virtual for 2 Talk?
No, Your Honor.
We have no report for 2 Talk? Okay. Staff informational reports?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we have 2 informational reports before you this evening, and that is the Water Conservation Phase 4 status update, and also the consideration of density increase of high-density residential parcels update. We're happy to provide additional information if you'd like those reports presented, or we can answer any questions.
Okay, both of these are informational. Does council have any questions? No questions. Councilmember Tate? Okay.
Your Honor, I'd also like to make note, Councilmember Stowe is not feeling well, and he has stepped away. So I know it shows him still on Zoom. However, I don't believe he is going to be participating.
Thank you for that. We will continue the meeting. We will continue the meeting. I appreciate that. And thank you for the staff reports. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearings, items 21 and 22, Please hold your comment until those items come up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity to speak at that time. Is there anyone here that would like to come up for oral communications?
Fernando, I have information here. What you're receiving is all the California codes and regulations concerning political signs, when they can be placed, when they have to be removed. Since we have a problem with not understanding when they need to be removed and when they need to be placed, I would strongly recommend that the City Council give direction to the City Attorney to ask for a determination from the Attorney General's office or the Department of Justice in California to clarify this issue, because they're not supposed to be put out until 90 days prior to your election you're declared in, and they're supposed to be removed 10 days, within 10 days after the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
My name's Greg Meister, 1160 Jean Avenue. On March 18th, 2022, Boot Barn and Le Pink Chateau were broken into, smash and grab tactics. And on February 28th, Moonshine Cycles was also broken into. I was recently watching a documentary film called 2,000 Mules. And in 2,000 Mules, they use cell phone tracking, geo-tracking, to track people ballot harvesting. And I thought, wow, we could use that same technology here in our city and bring justice to the citizens of the city and to these businesses if we would buy that cell phone data and figure out the times that these storefronts were smashed into, matching the camera footage. And possibly it could be the same people and give you a suspect, which would bring justice to our community. We've seen crime continue to rise. I'm sure you all heard about those 16-year-olds that robbed the Ducor Market, and they're from Porterville, and we continue to see crime grow in our community. And the only way to address it is to take action. I brought this to Sheriff Boudreaux, and he told me that it was a city matter. So that was what I wanted to bring forth to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have anyone on virtually that would like to come in for oral communications?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, see that there are no other oral communications. We will now go into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, how do you wish to proceed?
If there's no items to be pulled or conflicts, I would like to make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 20.
We have a motion for items 1 through 20. And we have a second. No further discussion. Roll call vote, please. Or do we go back to it?
That's appropriate.
Well, the light is not on here. It is now. No, it is now. Okay, let me try this. No, not that light, this light. Like your light? This light, that light works. Okay, we're good. Passes 3-0. We move on. Okay. We will now go into the public hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are two public hearings before the council this evening. The first is the adoption of fiscal year 2022-23 budget, and Ms. Bemis will be presenting this item.
Okay,
Thank you, Mrs. Hildreth. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, so consistent with the city charter, the city manager submitted this, for city council's consideration the budget at the last meeting. And attached to the report are the different budget documents, including the budget presentation that the city manager presented last meeting. Overall, the reduction in fund balances proposed will result in some monies accumulated for capital, from using monies accumulated for capital expenditures being used to implement projects. During the council's review of the proposed budget at the June 6th meeting, the staff indicated that County of Tulare would be appropriating $20,000 in its upcoming fiscal year budget toward the Mighty 190 Local Tourism Promotion Collective, and which the council directed the appropriation of $20,000 from the community promotion account as a match to the county's appropriation. Also at that meeting, the Porterville Mural Community submitted a request for an appropriation of about $40,000 for the initial repair of the Time Marches On mural at the Centennial Park. If the council is receptive to the request for the appropriation, it can be made out of the City Council Special Purposes Reserve Fund or the Community Promotion Account. Also, the council may consider the expected opening of the Culture Cannabis Club dispensary this next fiscal year, which the terms of the city's development agreement stipulate the payment of 1% of annual gross revenues of $30,000, which is rated toward the community benefits program, including community beautification efforts and physical improvements to the benefit of the community. At the direction of City Council from the annual priority project and goal setting, which meeting on April 12, 2022, staff met with the Ennis family to evaluate the proposed connection of Lombardi Street to Castle Avenue, consider the future development of its property. Attached is a layout of the extension of Castle Avenue, and city staff has included in the CIP program $250,000 for the design in the next fiscal year and $1.75 million in 23-24 fiscal year for the construction. The charter provides that after duly considering the estimate and making such corrections or modifications thereto, or shall seem advisable to it, the council shall by resolution adopt the general budget, and such resolution shall operate as an appropriation of funds to the amounts and for the purposes set forth in the budget so adopted. All spending authority from the 21-22 fiscal year expires June 30, 2022. Therefore, a new budget must be adopted, which allows for payroll to be paid and routine expenditures to be incurred effective on July 1, 2022. The charter is not specific as to the duration of the adoption, and consistent with the past council discussion, the council may authorize a budget adoption period of less than the full fiscal year. Staff recommendation is for the city council to conduct a public hearing and consider the adoption of the proposed 22-23 fiscal year budget and any modifications for the time period as designated by the city council. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, if you have no questions, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing, and we'll hold our questions afterwards. Okay? It is 7:23. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth?
Brock Neely, address on record. I'd just like to thank Ms. Bemis and Mr. Lawless and the department heads for being very frugal in the city and keeping us solvent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to come forth? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is, if there are no others, it is 7:25. We will close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council. And how does council wish to proceed to this regard? I believe at the last council meeting that there were a lot of things that were brought forth when we had the preliminary that was brought to the table.
I feel content with the discussion that we've had on the budget and the items that are added as priority projects.
Okay.
Not sure if Councilmember Tate
Councilman
has.
Tate, do you have any?
No, no, excuse me, I'm sorry. I agree. I have no problems with anything that we have reviewed, and we've discussed everything.
Thank you. And I don't have a problem with, I think, with the appropriation for the mural, to leave that to Maria to make that determination
Yes.
and go with that. But I didn't see anything different. So how do you wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the proposed 2022 to 2023 fiscal year budget, including any modifications for the time period as designated.
You have the motion, I'll second. No further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous 3-0. We'll now move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next and last public hearing before you is the annual adjustment of fees by application of the Engineering News Record Cost Index, and Mr. Sanchez will be presenting this report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hildreth, Mayor, members of council. In accordance with prior city council authorization, staff calculates and adjusts all of the attached fees annually. The policy as of 2003 is to provide the council notice of all proposed adjustments, whether the fees are subject to the Mitigation Fee Act or not, 60 days before the new fees become effective. The fees are adjusted annually by application of the Engineering News Record, or ENR Cost Index. Most of the fees in Exhibit H, connection fees, and Exhibit A, park impact fees, were in effect prior to January 1st, 1989, and have only been increased by the ENR 20 City Construction Cost Index. The fees subject to the act were adopted or increased after its effective date were adopted or increased in accordance with those regulations. City staff has given 60 days notice to the Building Industry Association for the fees covered by the Mitigation Fee Act, along with notice to local developers and engineering firms of the proposed impact fee increase. Related to this, at its meetings on August 3rd and August 17th, 2021, members of council expressed concern regarding the park's impact fee amount in comparison to other agencies in the area and the corresponding effect on new community park development. Excuse me. At council's direction, staff has diligently researched the history of the city's park impact fee and its expenditure since its adoption in January 1999, which a summary report is attached. Staff is legally enabled to propose changes or review this fee outside of what has already been noticed, as Government Code Section 66016 requires proper noticing and making public the data justifying any proposed changes at least 14 days prior to the hearing. In addition, as previously mentioned, the city has an agreement with BIA to notify them of any fee changes at least 60 days prior to implementation. Council may direct staff to return with a separate item to authorize the necessary studies and steps that are required to make additional changes to the fee beyond the ENR cost index, which this year is 8.14. If approved, the new fees will take effect on July 1st, 2022. It's staff recommendation that City Council conduct a public hearing and consider all public testimony and implement the ENR cost index automatic increase for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 of 8.14%. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Council, if you have no no questions. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. We can ask our questions afterwards, if that's okay with you. Okay. It is 7:29. I will open up the public hearing.
Brock Neely, address on record. I would recommend that you approve the item and also include the future studies for separate increase of the park impact fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please.
Brian Redford, 56 South Corona Drive. Little egg on my face, me spending 3 minutes asking about this. You guys been doing this for a year. Little napkin math. Let's just look at it. We got what, like 300 units or so coming in south of 190 there, which is awesome for the town, right? We're spreading out. We got the space, the water. Debatable, but we're trying. We're growing. We're doing it. We got businesses. We got places to work. We got everything. And with those 300 or so units, a little napkin math, $250,000 worth of park impact fees. Or if we adopted something kind of right in the middle of what some of the other agencies have been noted in the staff report survey, that's about $900,000 worth of park impact fees. And that $600,000 and change, it creates the opportunity to address the problem that everybody says about our poor little town. There's nothing to do. There's not enough for these kids. And I'm not blaming the developers, their businesses. In that 300 unit section, they have planned for a park. It's just under half acre. And to conceptualize that, that's 150 foot square. I got 3 kids, and 150 feet is barely enough for them to function in that kind of square. So, I mean, they're a business, and left to their own devices, they are going to do the thing that's the most financially responsible for their business. And this town has shown that it is interested in doing what's best for its people instead of what's financially best. I was up here a couple years ago with one of my dialysis patients' families, and we're talking about the need for greater transport services and whatnot. And as was already in the works, the city was pushing for the new transport vans with the extended routes and the cheaper rates, and that's not making money. That is serving the needs of these people. So I feel that unjustly, the city council gets a lot of guff, a lot of blame for things that they aren't responsible or can't fix. This is something that you can do directly to help these developers to invest in the community that they're making a living from, and help us to have more resources for our kids. And it's just responsible. It won't chase the developers away. Lindsay's much lower in the park impact fees than we are, and they're not exploding. Tulare's much higher, and they're building like crazy. So I don't feel like it's going to hurt us in the long run. I do feel like it's for the best if we increase those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. There are no one else. It is 7:33. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council, how do you wish to proceed in this regard? Do you have any questions for Mr. Sanchez?
I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
My question would be, when would this have to be approved to be able to implement it? Would that be at this meeting because of the budget timeline?
The parks, the fee in general, or the parks component?
The cost index that we have here of the 8.14%.
Okay. It's historically, we've had it approved July 1st. But, it has shifted around during some times. There were a few years, just shortly after the recession that it was frozen for like 5 years. And so it's all, the procedures to determine the increase is all per the ordinance, but it is subject to council's consideration of, do we follow exactly that percentage? Is it something different, or is it?
Vice Mayor, I can put a little bit of,
Oh,
give you a little bit of
please.
history on this. So actually, there's a built-in escalator tied to the CPI every year that's already in our fee structure. However, we have agreed with the Building Industry Association to provide notice and do a public hearing every year, notwithstanding that it actually would automatically go into effect, and it's designed to go into effect July 1st. So we're doing this process in order to basically coincide with when our auto increase would go in, but giving that 60 days notice and providing that public hearing so that, and providing the public with 14 days notice so that there's we have this discussion every year. So that's really what that's all about.
Okay.
With regard to if we want to change the park impact fees, that will take time because we are required by law under the Mitigation Fee Act to actually do an analysis and figure out what that fee needs to be. We can't just simply go by what the other, yes, we know, I mean, there are other fees that are higher in other areas. And believe me, I've been here for 20 years. I've seen the staff repeatedly make recommendations to different councils, city councils, to actually have those fees implemented. And then there was a big outcry, and that's part of the reason why that didn't happen from development community and from others. So it's, it's a combination of things. City councilors are trying to make, the community happy and making compromises to try to make, it's hard. You're always going to make someone unhappy. So now we are in a situation, where we can look at that, absolutely. But what staff's asking for you guys to do tonight is to actually go ahead and, make sure we're keeping on track with the current fee structure. But we can absolutely look at reevaluate park impact fees and see, and also what the needs are of the community, because those change as well over time.
Right.
So, but that, we must have that tied, that the costs have to be tied to those improvements specifically, and there has to be some engineering analysis based, upon which you're basing those fees, because we're not supposed to charge more than what those improvements would cost, and what those impacts are. Thanks.
Thank you.
That answered your question, huh, with regard to the ENR and to the park impact fees?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you have any questions? You had no questions to that regard. How do you wish to proceed? How does council wish to proceed to this regard? What direction do we give?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to implement the ENR cost index automatic increase for the fiscal year 2022 to 23 for 8.14%.
We have a motion, a second. No further discussion? Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 3-0. Okay, we will now go into scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 9 items placed under scheduled matters this evening. However, 8 of those 9 items are actually consent calendar items. However, we needed to have the council consider adoption of the budget prior to the council taking action on these 8 consent calendar items. And so if the council wishes, you could take one action to adopt those 8 items, and that would be items 23 through 30, if you so chose, or we can go through them and present each item individually.
These items are aligned with the discussions we've already had.
They
And
are.
it's already, the budget had to be approved before we could do that.
Correct.
Because they were brought into the last discussion
Correct.
that we had
And
already.
these would typically be under consent calendar where you would take action in one motion. However, like I said, the budget needed to be adopted prior to your consideration of these 8 consent calendar items.
Council, if you are comfortable with pulling the slate, making the recommendation on the slate of items 23 to 30 under scheduled matters with a motion, I'm going to ask council how you wish to proceed.
I'm comfortable with that. Would I title them in the motion scheduled matters or
You can simply just make a motion to approve scheduled items 23 through 30
Okay.
with staff's recommendation.
I would like to make a motion to approve number 23 through 30 under the scheduled items with staff's recommendations.
Okay, we have a motion,
I'll second that.
and we have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. What happened? Let's try this again. Okay. Passes unanimous 3-0. We'll now go into item number 31.
Thank you, Your Honor. The real scheduled matter before you this evening is SB 1205 Annual Fire Department Inspection Reporting, and Fire Chief Cogburn will be presenting the report.
Thank you. Tonight's report will be given by Fire Marshal Clayton Dignam.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. The California Senate Bill 1205 was signed into law on September 27th, 2018, after the fatal Ghost Ship fire in December 2016 brought national attention to California and put a spotlight on fire safety laws, as well as the performance of fire inspections. SB 1205 added section 13146.4 to the California Health and Safety Code. This new law requires that an annual report on specific state-mandated inspections be submitted to the governing body of each jurisdiction having authority for inspections. The law also requires the report to be delivered when the administering authority discusses its annual budget or at another time as determined by the administering authority. Receipt of the report must be acknowledged in a resolution or similar formal document. California Health and Safety Code sections 13146.2 and 13146.3 require all fire departments that provide fire protection services to perform annual inspections of every building used as a hotel, motel, lodging house, apartment house, and public or private school respectively for compliance with building and fire safety standards. The California Health and Safety Code sections 13146.2 and 13146.3 do not require fire departments to report or demonstrate compliance as the new law SB 1205 does. Although there are no penalties identified in the law, adoption of this resolution establishes the city's compliance with the California Health and Safety Code, section 13146.4 for the reporting and 131.46.2 and 46.3 for completing the required inspections, which identify the state-mandated inspections as further described. Public and private schools are generally classified as an educational group E occupancy, which are schools used by more than 6 individuals at any one time for educational purposes through the 12th grade, and certain child daycare facilities. Within the city of Porterville, there are currently 39 Group E occupancies with multiple buildings, structures, and facilities. During the fiscal year 2021-22, the Porterville Fire Department inspected 39 Group E occupancies, buildings, structures, and facilities, and this represents a compliance rate of 100% for the state mandate to inspect all Group E facilities annually. It should be noted that there are some outstanding inspections in this category due to violation corrections that may have parts on back order with regard to supply chain issues or scheduling delays with contractors. Prevention staff is working with the responsible parties to ensure these violations are cleared as soon as possible. Hotels, motels, apartments, 3 units or more, are generally classified as residential Group R occupancies. The residential facilities have various subclassifications and may contain residents or clients on a transient or non-transient basis that have a range of needs such as custodial care, mobility impairments, cognitive disabilities, and more. The residents may also be non-ambulatory. Within the city of Porterville, there are 59 Group R occupancies in the program. The department will still find additional Group R occupancies in the city. They're subsequently inspected and entered into our records management system. And we anticipate the number to increase due to annexations and new development coming online. During fiscal year 21-22, the department inspected 59 Group R occupancies, including all buildings, structures, and facilities in the program. And this is a compliance rate of 100% for the state mandate to inspect all hotels, motels, and apartments annually. And again, the same notation, there are some outstanding inspections in the category due to, parts on back order, supply chain issues and things like that, and we're working with them to get those corrected. With the sudden onset of COVID-19 and the need to isolate fire department personnel from unnecessary exposure and to realign the department with the recommendations made through the Serious Accident Review Team report, the department engine companies ceased conducting fire inspections. This has resulted in the fire marshal working to implement inspections to meet state mandates, as well as keep up with requests and complaints. To achieve a 100% compliance rate for state-mandated occupancy inspections requires a focused and dedicated effort that leaves little capacity to inspect other occupancies. Currently, there are over 1,400 occupancies within the city that could be inspected. Of those, over 100 are state-mandated inspections. Not all state-mandated inspections are required to be reported to the council. The Prevention Division will continue to evaluate the inspection needs to meet the requirements in Section 13146.5 of the California Health and Safety Code to keep up with the demands due to growth of annexations and new construction, as well as increased compliance and the ability to capture additional mandated occupancies. The fire chief recommends that the City Council adopt the draft resolution acknowledging receipt of the Porterville Fire Department's annual inspections report and recognize the department's level of compliance with California Health and Safety Code Section 13146.2 and 13146.3. The report, also, I'd like to make a recommendation with that approval. The resolution that was submitted a little early. We hadn't quite made 100% based on when I created the resolution, but we have completed that from that time until now. So if we could just make the resolution reflect the 100% for the Group R occupancies, because we did get those done. This first report was completed following the current fiscal year to coincide with the budget adoption process, as the Health and Safety Code spells out. However, should the council desire, the department can continue with this annual report at this time of year, roughly when you're going to be doing or adopting your budget, or it can be presented annually based on a calendar year. For example, we could present it in January for the previous calendar year, whatever the council chooses to do. I can modify things to do that at, doing it now or then. So that's pretty much it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Council, do you have questions? No questions at this time.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we won't have them later on, but for right now, no, we don't have
That's
any.
I'll be here. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Council, how do you wish to proceed to this regard?
I'll make a motion. I may need a little help here with the change in the language, but I would like to make a motion to adopt the draft resolution acknowledging receipt of the fire chief's annual report regarding the Porterville Fire Department's inspection of specific buildings and occupancies pursuant to Section 13146.2 and 13146.3 of the California Health and Safety Code, and also let the resolution reflect that it will be 100% in the Group R occupancies.
That's actually perfect. I don't need to change
That's
it.
perfect. See,
Good job.
she was ready
I was
to say
ready
something.
and I don't need to do anything.
I was watching her. She was ready to say something. We have a motion on the table, and I'm going to second that. Just like that. Call for the vote, please. Passes unanimous, 3-0. Thank you very much. We will now go on to oral communications. If there's anyone that would like to come forth, please do so.
Brian Redford, again, 56 South Corona Drive. I'll be quiet about parks, don't worry. There's other impact fees that these developers are responsible for. And we have those departments here today, our police and fire. And currently, we aren't charging anything to these developers for the extra strain that all of these units, hundreds and hundreds of houses, are putting on. So you guys clearly already know this. You guys are getting a lot of data from our hardworking city staff, there's no question. Just remember, all of this money that can go to support our hardworking city departments like our fire and our police, they need the support too. Fortunately, the city of Porterville has been supporting them with sales tax, extra sales tax, and that's great, and they need it. But there's a way to do this. There really is, and you guys are running this town, and not the developers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. If there are no other oral communications, we will now go into other matters. Councilmember Tate.
I would just like to thank everyone for all of their hard work putting this. This is was a very difficult agenda as far as it's almost mind-bending for me when it comes to numbers, but that's my problem. But all of this, the budget and everything that we've done and that we've been working towards to prepare us for the upcoming fiscal year. I just want to thank you all for your help and everything that you do for this city every single day, and then in the ways that you assist us and the time that you take prepping us for these meetings. It really helps us a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have a few. First of all, I want to thank the public always for the comments that are directed towards the agenda and just providing feedback. Next, I would like to congratulate Fernando for getting Employee of the Month. I just want to stress a little bit more on some of the things that he's been very helpful with. One is assisting, candidates through the process of that whole thing, and that was during the pandemic, so very challenging time to go through that process, but was very helpful. I think also my first possibly 9 months, I don't know, it's so blurry at that time, but of being on council was our all virtual meetings, so it was already challenging not being able to interact with the other council members and the directors. And so it was basically all virtual. So having access to that, and being very little challenges as far as additional issues that would come up. I just want to thank you for that during that time for all of us being able to function, but not just for council, but being able to log on the public. And I don't know how many were logging on, and being able for them to participate, actually provide comment and talk or just chat and put things in. So a lot to maneuver through that. So I just want to thank you for all of that as well during your time. Another thing is I just want to thank the mayor for attending the Flag Day ceremony. I was on travel all last week, so thank you for being at this important event that we were invited to and representing us in the city. I also want to acknowledge the Ogden family on the reservation and the Rubio family. There's been 2 losses of elders in the last week within 3 days of each other. And so services will be going in place this week just in case there's meetings that are scheduled. They may be interrupted for those services. That's actually started today, I believe. And then one of the things I'm really looking forward to the city events that have been started, and we heard a little bit of updates about them tonight, but also that are continuing and starting to expand through our summer. The temporary library is going to be opening soon. The Freedom Fest is being advertised. The mayor reported on the K-Jug free summer concerts, which also another one is tomorrow night. So just all these these city events that are going on and things to look forward to for our families and the youth. So there will be some things coming up that will make, just make things feel hopeful. And then just the last thing I would just like to say is that I hope Councilmember Stowe and our city manager are feeling better and take time to heal and get better soon. And that's it.
Thank you very much for that. Congratulations again, Fernando. I mean, it's wonderful to have you sitting right here. I get to see all your facial expressions. But I know from the beginning when we first started the virtual meetings, the anxiety and the things that have happened and transpired, but it's all good. I do want to say to all staff, including our public safety and our fire and police departments, you've been very busy these last few days, and your work does not go unnoticed. You've been out there, and with the intensity, it's evident, and know that we're always thinking of you, and that when you leave your homes, that you return safely to your homes. In that, I had the opportunity to attend the business after hours on Thursday at Eagle Mountain Casino. That is the last networking mixer at the reservation. So it was good to be there. I've been attending them over the years, and I remember they had the picture of the very first casino in the 90s. Like, oh gosh, that's really dating me all the way to the current ones as to where it's at. But it was good to network. It was a good networking venue. They had a very good turnout. And again, all the other ones will be at the new casino at their new site. And Patrice.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been a week.
Yeah.
No, we are just wishing a speedy recovery to Mr. Lawless and to Mr. Stowe. We miss them, and yeah, they're not feeling well.
No,
So
they're
thank you.
not. Well, thank you. Well, look at that. It is 7:56, and somebody won this evening. Meeting is adjourned.